Good evening, everyone. And I see quite a few people have come on here now. So I'd like to first say, if you can hear me okay, please send me a message. And so I know everything works fine. I've been out for that before. And I see so many people are here now. This is great. I get all the chats here. Margot, all good. I got a surprise for you, Margot, here in just a bit that I'd like to share with the other ones because I appreciate it so much. Loud and clear. Thanks. Hi, Stig. Stig is a good guy. Yeah, I met him actually when I was up north. Really far north in Norway. I don't think I even have you on the map here, Stig. And so many people here. And I told you, I wrote to many of you earlier and said I have a little surprise, which is Göran. I see him waiting here in the waiting room. He is, well, I'll introduce him in just 1 minute. I just want to let you know. Hey, Kenneth, you made it too. That's great. And Charles and Olav and Oddgeir, Anders. Oh, I see so many names that I recognize from, a long time, some of you. That's really, really great and cool. You might not believe it, but outside here now, it's blowing in 24 miles per second, which is very close to a storm, actually, out here. My eldest son's name is Storm, by the way, which means there are gusts. My house is a little bit high up, and there are gusts really pulling on the house here. And I've been sailing in actually this weather before, further down south, crossing the Boknafjord, just north of Stavanger, which was a great experience. You're so in touch with nature. Remy Couture, you remind me here something. You have sent me a super chat, and that's good because so many people are sending me messages. And to keep up, I can see the super chats and the super stickers better, and you get to support me. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And let me just put that on here. Yes, there we go. Just so you can see, you can highlight if you have a question for me or for Family Tree DNA here. It's easier for me to see. Hail from the Normans in Vinland. Looking forward to learn more about Grandpapa Rollo. Oh, yes, that's actually right here. And I'm going to talk about that afterwards once we get our good friend Göran aboard here now. Let's see if you are ready, Göran. I'll take off this banner, by the way, just so you know. I'll talk about that later on. Here we go. Göran, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you wonderful. If there are someone who can't hear him, or if you can hear him, please let us know. At least I can hear you fine. Isn't it nice to celebrate the Leif Eriksson? I have this poster in the back here now, the Leif Eriksson Day today.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it, so thanks for telling me.
Yeah, I got so many nice, genuinely nice people on my Facebook feed and other places. And Peter, I think you're here actually in the chat. I read you had a very good small words or great words, but not too long about the day today and Leif Eriksson and Göran. You are born in Sweden, of course, but I put up a Norwegian flag here just because Erik the Red, Leif Eriksson's father, he was actually born in Norway, south of Stavanger, and so I guess it's okay to have the Norwegian flag there in the background. What do you think, Göran?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
And for those of you who don't know, Swedes and Norwegians and sometimes Danes, but Danes also, we love to pick on each other, but it's all nice and mutual fun. Göran, I have been so impressed by your work at Family. So everyone, just so you know, Göran, he's the head of the, how do you say this, science and research or development
The
department?
R and
What?
the R&D research and development team.
Research and development team, yeah. And I've been so impressed by your work. I saw some earlier this summer that you showed me, and you've been kind enough to show me a little bit more as we go along. And finally, you're back here on this channel, and you are going to show some of this new stuff. And I know that some of you people who have been looking and are sending messages, I've seen some of you sending me. Was it like 3 weeks ago? You had this big. Update,
We've been posting updates every week now for a few months, so there's always lots of new stuff.
But I think you had this really big one with new. Maybe that is in August, actually. I come to think of it, but it was really impressive.
We did launch the new time tree, which is actually the same thing that I showed last time I was on your show. We looked at a very early prototype of that, so now it's finally released in the final version.
And it looks great. So we're gonna have a look at it all. And also in the last update, you had some really cool things. So everyone who's watching now, Göran and I, we've been talking about maybe taking 2 family tree DNA kits, and one was it Thor Heyerdahl we talked about? Yeah. And the other one is a member on this channel whom I believe is watching right now. I know you had to work, but maybe you had some possibilities here because Göran suggested maybe we should do mine, but my it's kind of boring. For some reason, not too many people have had that much offspring, so I'm quite surprised I'm alive. Even I don't know what's going on with me, but maybe you can tell me.
I think you'll find some closer match. We just need to do some more testing, right? We need to get more people from Norway, test it with the big Y, and also we need more ancient DNA from Norway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And for all of you who are talking about you want to order and stuff from Family Tree DNA, the reason why I'm bringing Göran on now is because I've been working with so many different DNA labs, both commercial and scientific ones. I started actually, Göran, 18 years ago with some, I don't remember what they're called anymore, in Utah. They were quite big 18 years ago. So Norwegian Americans, actually. And then I continued with some English who only did mtDNA. That was kind of boring. And then I started working with Spencer Wells, who had the Genographic project at National Geographic. But that's a long time ago that they got... they stopped with that. I see Spencer is posting a lot of interesting stuff still on his Facebook feed. And I've been thinking about other, I mean, Göran and I, we share a lot of the same interests, and the new studies that come out, I really enjoy that you send me your thoughts, and I'm very much into it also. And every week now, Göran, so much new stuff is coming out. Isn't it great this year, 2022?
Yeah, it's an awesome time for ancient DNA for sure.
Absolutely. So just so you know, everyone, why I like Göran, it's not just because he's Swedish in Texas, but you are taking all the new ancient DNA samples that's coming out now in all these publications, in the studies, scientific studies, and you're putting them into the database so that people can see if they have direct connections or family members. And that's what we're going to look at now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
And there's...
So would you like to start?
Sure. So there's some new, I can just mention a few new studies that's been coming out just the last few weeks. So there's the big Anglo-Saxon migration study, lots of samples from Europe, Central Europe and England. And then the Southern Arc paper is not a big one. And that right now, yesterday, the data was released for this new Greek paper. It's a Greek army in Sicily. So that's another cool one that we'll add in the next few weeks.
Can I just add that? I haven't read through the whole paper, but these are mercenary armies 2,500 years ago, about, just very simple. And it turns out that they have a lot of mercenaries from all around, even Northern Europe. I saw there was one person there who was both blonde and blue-eyed from the north of Europe, because they do isotope analysis so they can see where they're born, and they're not born where they were buried, right? So it's really, really cool to see that mass burials, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is great. And I'm going to give you the screen now because just to all of you who are watching now, we're not going to spend more than like 10 minutes or something on this. But you're going to start with Tor Heyerdahl, is it right? Or James?
I think we'll start with James.
Okay, that sounds great. I'll put up the, let's see if I can, here you are. Now, nobody can see me, everyone can see you. So if you want to share your screen, you can go ahead.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Well, not the screen. Oh yeah, I have to, just a second. I'll do this. Oh, here we are. And I can do a full screen of that. Okay, so now we can't see you, but we can see your screen, Göran, and you can please continue.
Perfect. So this is the new Discover pages, a new section on the FunMachina website, but it's publicly available, so anyone can take. You can take your haplogroup if you know your Y-DNA haplogroup, and put it in here to get to these new reports that we have built. So this is what we worked on in the last year since I was on this show last time. So here we're looking at James haplogroup FT4646. And I noticed something cool, that he actually traced his ancestry, his paternal line, back 1,000 years to an ancestor who was born year 960. So that's pretty impressive. I wish I could trace my ancestry back that far.
Yeah, that's cool.
So we see an overview here. It's him. James is the French guy here. And then, I don't know if you can see him. Do I need to zoom in a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Maybe that's better. Let's see. There we go. So this haplogroup is from around year 800. It's James and a guy from England. And we have a bunch of different features here. So there's a map where we see France and Britain. There's a new feature added, which is notable connections, where we have haplogroups of famous people and families from all over the world. So by looking at James, we can see that his closest connection is Theo the pipe smoker, which is a personal favorite of mine, actually. It's a skeleton found in Switzerland.
There we are. There's Leo, the pipe smoker.
And a bunch of researchers in Germany are trying to identify him and find out who he actually was. And the cool thing is you can see on his teeth marks here that he smoked a clay pipe. So that's an ongoing project. The shared ancestor is estimated to live at 700 BCE. And then if you go back a bit further, we have Fernandus Botha, which is another cool one. It's actually the first prime minister of South Africa and the last president. No, the last prime minister is from that family. And a whole bunch of other fun ones. This is all some small fun facts. We have Jesse James. We also have a bunch of Mayflower descendants, Ernest Hemingway, the Romanovs, and Tutankhamun, if you go back really far.
So wait, are these all part of James' extended family?
If you go back far enough, so if you look at King Tut, you have to go back to, 17,000 BCE, so 19,000 years ago, to find that connection.
I see. Okay, I see.
So it's very far back, but just some fun facts. There's also a new migration map where you can see his line of R1b, which is the U106 line, going into Europe here. And here you can see all the ancient DNA. All these icons here is ancient DNA that we have found in this haplogroup. So you can get an idea of where this ancestor U106 existed in ancient times. Ancient connections is also new.
Yeah.
And this is where we add data on a weekly basis. Right now we have 2,600 samples, male samples uploaded, and we're adding thousands more, usually hundreds every week. So the closest one will be Pole Hill. This is one from the new Anglo-Saxon study.
Yeah, that's just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. And then here's an older one from the big Viking study in Skara. So both of these are have a shared ancestor within, go back to 700 BCE. If you go back a little bit further, you have Telemark, Norway.
Yeah.
Another Viking from the Viking study. And then going back further, we have Coppersvik. And even further, we have the Longobard study. So there's lots of interesting stuff there. And the next report is the time tree, which I showed the earlier prototype of in a previous call.
So these are present day customers that you have at Family Tree DNA, right? And you see their nationalities there on the right, and then you have the timeline going left, so you see when and how they all are connected. But these dots that you have there are not everything in blue is theoreticized, right? It's not actual skeletons you have.
No, these are all genetically inferred ancestors. We know that James and this English guy shares an ancestor who lived sometime around this time. That's something we can infer from comparing all these Y chromosomes. So on this view, we have all the modern testers. So
Göran, can I interrupt you? I just saw a person asked here, which haplogroup are we talking about here? To make it simple, is this R1b something?
Yes, this is R1b, and James belongs to a subclade of U106.
Okay, great.
And this is his specific haplogroup, and here are his sibling and cousin haplogroups. So one nice trick that I like to do here on this view, you can change some of the settings. I like to take out the present day testers so that only his haplogroup shows. And then you can click here on the arrow to step back a little bit, and eventually you will run into the ancient DNA connections. So now you can see James' haplogroup and his connection to Theo the Pipe Smoker and to the Skara Viking and the Pole Hill Viking. And if we go back even further, you'll see the Telemark one showing up a bit further away. You can adjust the settings and so on a little bit. So
that's really cool. Please continue, Göran. This is great.
There are a few more features, so you can find projects. So there are thousands of different projects about different things, like different haplogroups or different surnames or different geographical locations that where you can join and compare your DNA to other people. So you have some recommendations for which project that might be relevant for you. And there's also some scientific details here on the screen. So that's a quick rundown of James' results on the new Discovery reports. So should we jump over to Heyerdahl?
Yeah, let's do that. So Thor Heyerdahl, for those of you who don't know about Thor Heyerdahl, he was a Norwegian, quite famous explorer, more famous outside of Norway than inside of Norway. That saying, you'll never get famous in your own home country. That sort of was his life. But a lot of people liked him very much. And at the Explorers Club in New York, I know Göran is a member there, as I am. And they love him there. And because of him and Nansen and Amundsen and some of the other explorers, they really love Norwegians there. And I guess it spills over to the Swedes, Göran, I hope. But I've been, the reason why we have Thor Heyerdahl here is because his son Thor Jr., I took his DNA and sent it in to Göran. And Göran, you put it into the database, right? So people can see how they are related to Thor Heyerdahl. And you plan to do this with other famous people, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We keep adding more all the time.
And another thing, I also should add, I've been so fortunate to have the daughter of Thor Heyerdahl, Bettina, with me because he's so popular. So she's been sort of like a door opener for us on scientific expeditions to Kazakhstan, to Azerbaijan, and I've even been in the Atlas Mountains because of her, and on the Easter Island. And I can show you, if you want to see that, all of you watching, I can show you some photos from the Easter Island and talk about these stuff. But that's afterwards. So maybe we should check out the DNA because he had this. Oh yeah, sorry, Göran. Thor Heyerdahl had this crazy theory that gods, the Norse gods, were real men and women, but they became gods, and that what the strong oral tradition of the Vikings and before really has some truth in it, so that he even did excavations down in Azov on the Russian side of the Azov Sea, Rostov, where that river comes out, and he had all these theories about Azov and Asi being the same. So when we took his DNA and got the results, we were so happy to see that his straight paternal line takes him straight east, right, Göran?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, I'll put up the full screen here.
This is his estimated migration path. So he is in the other second most common P312, or actually that's the most common.
Which is R1A, are you talking about, or R1B?
It's R1B.
Yeah, still, yeah, right.
Then, yeah, you can see all his ancient cousins here, all around Europe, really. If we look at his notable connection, he shows up himself. So he's here, so anyone that is close to him on the tree will see him as a notable connection. He's also got some other interesting explorers like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. So he's in a big, nice group there. And actually, Buzz Aldrin, I found that his Aldrin line goes back to Sweden.
I always thought of him as a Swede, by the way. I don't know why.
And then for his ancient connections, I think we looked at a few of these on the previous call. So we looked at his Icelandic connections, right?
Yeah, that's true. The ancient connections, yeah, on Iceland. 3 there were, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, and that's still the same. And then the fourth one is actually from Italy. It's interesting.
Really? So that's a new one that we didn't look at last time, right?
I think so, yeah. It was from Granahel, the Granahel study last year.
Cool. That's really cool.
What else do we have here?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, if anyone has some questions for Göran, we're not going to spend too much time, but please write them in in the comments, and we can see if we can pick them out. But yeah, please continue with the Thor Heyerdahl, Göran.
Another one we see here is Beaker from Netherlands, from an older study. And if we take a look at his tree, you can see him there. And if we do the same trick that we did before and take away the present-day testers and move back a little bit, we'll see Thor and his Icelandic cousins going back to the shared ancestor who lived just over 1,800 years ago.
And this Italian sample, do you see that also further down, or?
Yeah, we have to keep going back a little bit,
right,
for it to show up. So let's keep going. So you can tell it's much further back, that connection.
Cool.
There we go. And now he matches a whole bunch of ancient samples in P312.
Huh. All right, that's great.
So yeah, that's about it.
And we had a couple of questions. Maybe we should finish off with that before we move on in this live stream. I'm very happy that you were able to show us this. And I was thinking, there was Karsten. He wrote me that he's I1, but he has only one connection going back to the Bronze Age, and that can be quite peculiar with the I1s. I have something similar, and I'm not going to ask you right out if you know I1 FT 64521. I'm sure you're into way too much, but that's kind of peculiar. It seems, is this bottleneck that we see, that very few people have apparently survived in the early Bronze Age or before?
Yeah, sure. Without knowing anything about it, so is the question: is he alone on that branch? Is he the only tester?
Yeah, it seemed like it, that he was alone in that branch. That's what he wrote here in the comments I saw. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're in the same situation, right? You're very much on a lone branch, and it happens. Sometimes you're the first to test, and there's most likely there's more. You just haven't tested yet.
That's true. That's true. And there was one person who asked about the JF Kennedy here, because he looks pretty northern. But JF Kennedy, he was both a Catholic but had Irish descendants, or ancestry, I mean, on both his sides. But I know his maternal grandfather was Fitzgerald, and all the Fitz, which means son of Gerald. That's a Norman name, right? And so they were the ones who were probably Old English, becoming more Irish than the Irish themselves. But it's quite interesting. You do find a lot of Viking connections in both Ireland and Scotland. I even made a YouTube video about that. Yeah. Should we look at those couple of questions we had? Would you like that, Göran? Because there was one question about the empty DNA, that there was this person who had a Y haplogroup, R1b, I think, and then empty DNA T2E2, and his question was, he wondered if when we find a person in family tree DNA here that has the same, does it mean it's a distant uncle or brother on your mother's family line?
Well, so if you're on empty DNA match, or if you have the same empty DNA haplogroup, it means that you share a common ancestor on your straight maternal line. So it will be a common great grandmother.
Right. Yeah. So if you go far enough back, right? And some of these samples that you get up on your tree shows other family lines. So that means they were same paternal, but then it's cousins and second cousins and third cousins, right? And then you continue to present day. So it's not sure if some of these ancient DNA samples, of course, have survived until present day.
Right. Yeah. But I did look for T2E1, and we haven't done a deep dive yet. It's something we hope to do next after this Y-DNA reporting. We want to do the same for mDNA, because there's at least twice the amount of ancient DNA if you count men and women.
Yeah.
So that's a nice thing for the future. And I did see T2E1 is in a couple of samples. So it's in Tunga from Iceland, Salme from Estonia, and new sample from the Gretzinger Anglo-Saxon study in Norton in England, and also in Bray Cave in Gibraltar. So there's at least 4 ancient DNA connections to T2E1.
That's pretty cool. I just wanted to ask you here. There's a person. Many people have written to me on this channel with this Dupuytren's disease. Do you know something about that? Because it's a gene, right? But is that possible? Something you could use, because this was we call it a Viking disease, but we know a lot of Vikings had this, and like this guy has problems typing, even.
Right.
What do you think about that, or Göran? Do you have some thoughts on that?
I haven't looked into it much. I think it's interesting, but I don't have anything to add about it.
Me neither, except it's a pain, of course, and I totally understand that. And I mean, there are some things that are part of selection in terms of phenotypes, or natural selection, I mean. And then you have some things like redheads, who is not natural selection, it's genetic drift. and which means they are supposed to die out, these one gene or the few genes that there are, but for some reason they survive through the generations, right? And maybe even spread sometimes. So that's kind of weird as well. Yeah. So Göran, if you have anything to add, I'd sure appreciate it. Or else I'd like to say thank you for dropping in by. And I have a program here for everyone else who's watching at the moment.
Perfect. No, I think I'll drop out. But if you have any follow-up questions, I can answer them and answer them later. You can post them in the.
Sure, I can do
chat.
that. I can do that. Yeah. I see some people, or many people are writing here. Yeah. And so I see other people have this Viking disease. Yeah, that's a challenge, of course. Well, thanks, Göran. And I wish you a good Sunday in Texas, where you are right now. And we'll continue this broadcast now with other guests coming in later on.
Thanks, Sturla. Have fun.
Yeah. Thanks. Take care. All right. So I hope that was somewhat interesting. I like Göran very much. He's very dedicated to and very curious as a person. And I kind of like that in him and the way he works, trying to constantly improve the experience, I guess. And I see a lot of people here, Zacharias, that's a difficult name. See you around Göran, cheers, and Kenneth and Chakal and Handsome Billy. And that's great. I have a lot of people who have written to me here, and I just wanted to comment here on the Fitz. I said Fitz. It's just like on the Balkans and in Russian territories, all that Ivanov. This, in the end there at the surname means son of. Just like a lot of Norwegians still, but mostly Swedes actually, with Andersson, Mr. Anderson. Everyone who has that SON in the end are, of course, sons of. And that's a Germanic tradition of putting where you belong to. And of course, the clans in Ireland and Scotland, a lot of them have the same. And the Normans had Fitzgerald and Fitzpatrick and all of this. So it's recognizable in the places where you have a primogeniture, as it's called, where the son inherits from the father. That's where you have the naming tradition also. And normally, if there's not too much adultery going through the generations, we should have the same genetic line going back also. And we know that a lot of the Normans who settled in Ireland, they were Catholics. And in the 16th century, when a new era started in England, a lot of these old English who were Catholics joined in against the English, actually. And we know from sources in the Viking Age that the Vikings, especially those who came down from the north, which I've tried to explain many times, this is a highway. The ocean is not a barrier. It's a highway going, that's Thor Heyerdahl's words, by the way. Going straight down here, I've sailed here from outside of here. And you start in the morning where I am, and the next afternoon you're in Leirvik in Shetland, and Orkney, and then down in the Irish Sea. It's really, really easy to sail once you have the forecast good. It's not like today, maybe, because right now it's blowing so much in my house here now, so it's crazy. 24, not miles per hour, but meters per second. Yeah, and James, you say the Thor haplogroup, should we call it the Odin haplogroup? I don't know, man. That's a cool suggestion. Yeah. And my plan is now for us to talk a little bit about the Viking Age, and then we can move further back in time if any of you have questions for that. And the last 30 minutes we can talk about everything. And if you have if there are some people who'd like to join in, we can do that, and you can enter the room. I put a link up on Patreon. I was told I can't do that here in the field since it's public in the comments field. So you can find a link there for all the patrons who would like to join in. I see I have one in the waiting room, Sarah. I'd like to bring you in a bit when we do that section with the guests coming in. And there are so many people writing here. So if you want to reach me and be prioritized, please just send me a super chat or a super sticker. That's a very good way to support me and my channel. And I'm very, very, very grateful for everyone who does that. I have to say that I'm very humble. And before we move on into the Viking Age, and I'm going to start with talking about Rollo, and please bring out all the questions you have. I will show you some photos also from our excavation in Normandy. That's the first thing we're going to go to after I show this really, really cute surprise. Do you see this? This is from, let's see here now. I'll just do this so I can see the comments here. This is from Margot. Thank you. For my birthday, I received this beautiful card, because look what happens when I open up this. Have you seen something beautiful as this, huh? And you didn't write on the inside there. That was it was a very cute card saying I'm one step closer to Valhalla. But anyways, it was a birthday greeting. I appreciate that. And this is just so great and fine and wonderful. Poplifecards.com. Well, I mean, this was a great gift. I was very filled with humility and gratefulness for receiving a gift like this. It didn't get lost in the mail, and I wanted to mention this before, but then I thought, Margot, that I should do it in a podcast and a live stream, so I can not podcast, live stream, so we can talk about this and share it with this Viking clan, which has followed me for such a long time. A lot of you, I'm so grateful for that. I'm making some sounds here now, but that's just because I'm showing you. We'll start out with Rollo. Is that okay? And this is from the DNA lab and from the skeleton lab where I was involved with last year before I was cancelled, actually. And here we have the. Can you see that? There we go. Richard the first and Richard the second. And this was one tomb that we opened in a really old cathedral, which now is a well, it's a beautiful place, and I can show you that. And if you have questions now for about Rollo, we'll go on with Rollo now for the next few minutes. So Shakalen, you're saying, was it Danish or Norwegian? You see, that's the whole discourse, the debate, and it's been going hard between the Danish and Norwegian scholars since the 19th century, competing. They want to have that Gange Rolf in Norway, who came from, well, this area. He's actually in my family in our genealogy. I saw one person wrote a question here: how far back can we go with our genealogy in Norway? Well, because of this primogeniture, which means that a lot of farmers only gave their farms to their eldest son only, and the other ones have to make a name for themselves, just like the Normans. We can trace our family lines really, really far back, and to testify, to get inheritance in court 5-6 centuries ago, you had to remember or name your family going back at least 5 and sometimes 7 generations. That's kind of far. So they had strong oral traditions before. And the problem is with the Reformation in the 1530s, different years around in Europe, which was a great A lot of Norwegians went from Catholicism over to Protestantism, just like in most of Northern Europe. A lot of wars came out, of course, because of that. And in Norway, it was more or less a grab for real estate, because they could take away a lot of the church property and put it under the crown, which coincidentally was the Danish crown at the time. And they burned all the church books, man. So if you want to go further back in your Norwegian heritage, in your genealogy, than the early 16th century, you have to be connected to some kind of nobility. And that's not all that many people who can, but everywhere along the coast and different places in Norway, we do have a lot of ancestry who were nobles. I mean, some of these family names. And if you could just connect yourself to them, you had a pretty good chance of coming back to the Viking Age. And then you had all the Viking kings. I think I have 7 family lines like that in my family, going straight back. Most on Sunnmøre, which is just north of here, where they swim like this because they're good with money. Just like they say about the Scottish, I've heard. And just checking out some questions here now, if there are any. So the cool thing with this debate, or I could mention on Iceland, they have a similar problem because of the Black Plague, and that's also in Norway. So many people died in the Black Plague. And in Sweden, you have this big project where in Iceland, all the Icelanders are in one database now together. It's called decode.is. It's really cool. You can check out how you're related with the prime minister or something like that, at least when it was public. And they use it for cancer research because Iceland being an island, it's pretty good to do that. But there they have the problem with the Black Plague because they have a gap there for 40 to 50 years, which is just too far for most Icelanders to connect themselves to the very good sources they have in the Landnamabok, the land take book, the landholder's book, which is really, really old, with ancestry going straight back to Norway, written down. And that's kind of cool if you are so lucky, and some are. James, that's a good question for Göran. What was that? With the rate of haplogroup testing becoming more mainstream, are you finding tremendous mutation, or more often? Yeah, finding tremendous mutations. I mean, does that mean more mutations? I know both yes and let's see. For some reason, Andriksen, your comment there was didn't go through the censorship, but I put it through now. Excuse me. I have some merchandise actually. Viking Stories. I hope it's okay to show this, but some people, I think it should be a link down if you want to check out some of the hoods or caps or whatever they have. I know this thing about mutations is peculiar, because on Iceland there's been some studies that saying, since it's such a small population on one isolated island, there's been far more mutations who have survived and continued than it would be in a so-called healthy population, larger population with migration and stuff like that. So it turns out a lot of the DNA of Icelanders have changed so much that this Icelandic geneticist, she got pretty infamous on Iceland for saying that even Danish and Norwegians of present day are more Viking than modern Icelanders, which didn't go well, of course. And also you find a lot more mutations among people in Africa, actually, for some reason. There have been a lot more mutations growing up, or surviving, I mean. And I think the reason has to do maybe with the way evolution has worked in Europe and Northern Europe, which has to do with the warriors. I mean, the Yamnaya, the Indo-European tribes who established a clan society and a whole new way of, I almost said breeding there, but the way evolution has worked in Europe since the early Bronze Age. So that's something we can discuss. I hope, James, that answered your question somewhat. And Blackmaster Roshi, favorite metal bands. Yeah, that's in the last 30 minutes we can talk about anything. But now the topic is Rollo and his DNA. So I had this theory that I understood fairly quickly that the tomb of Rollo in Normandy, I'll show you a photo of that right away, is something that we can't really find any DNA from, because there are no skeletons there. It's been opened so much because it's famous. And it also goes for his son, but his grandson and his great-grandson were the Dukes Richard and the first and Richard II. They lived for a very long time, and they did a lot of good stuff for Normans and in Normandy, before they were called Normans even. And this is actually their skeletons, supposedly. And for those of you who don't know, well, first off, this actually disappeared because this guy in Oslo, professor, he sent it to me in the mail, normal mail, which is apparently normal to do with 1,000-year-old skeleton remains in Norway. And this kid, 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid or something, just over here, he went through my mailbox and everyone else's to see if he can find some toys or something, and threw this away. And so for 2 years ago, for 3 months, this was gone. I had some other samples that were sent out, but that didn't prove to have any value DNA-wise. The only thing we got out of that was the C14, meaning the age of this, which was a surprise. I'll get to that. So I went out into the local newspaper, and these were covered by a neighbor just down there, who were trimming his what do you call that? Outside your garden, you have this you call it hekk in the Norwegian, tuja hekk. And when he was trimming, he suddenly found this, and he knew what it was because he's read the local paper here, and I was able to get it back. And this is it. So it was gone outdoors for 3 months, and the C14, the age of this, is what was crazy. Heck, yeah, hedge, yeah, the same word there, John. Hedge, yeah, sort of like a fence, but organic. And I wanted really to find out about this paternal line of Rollo, and maybe we could, since it's so close to Rollo, we could be able to find out more about his ancestry, and maybe solve the question: was he the Rollo that we know of in Danish sources, or the Gangerolf that we know of in Norwegian sources, which I think. But it's, just looking at the sources, it's really, really difficult to be conclusive. And what we did was take C14 first, meaning check the age. And this one is 2,300 years old. What I'm holding here, and that's crazy. That's not Viking Age. That's even pre-Roman in Normandy. Imagine that, and it has survived through the Roman period, and I think it would be interesting to do a DNA test in any case and try to learn more about who this person was. We know he was a very tall person. That's interesting in itself. Very tall, meaning around my height or taller, which would be, oh, it's blurry now. Here we go. 6 feet. I don't know why that happened, but let's do this. And there we go. Now I'm back. So then our fate was put in this other one of the tooth of Richard II, who we could see had ridden a horse very much as a knight, because his right arm was longer than his left arm, meaning he had a sword arm. And we could see, not me, but a specialist that we had with us could see that he had ridden a horse very much because of his posture and his legs, actually. So which is typical for knights apparently. And the C14 determining the age was about 1200, 1250. This is plus minus a few years, by the way. And that's also a little bit very early in the Viking Age, or actually before the Viking Age. And I spent 7 years trying to open this tomb. And let me show you here now if I can share my screen. And oh, there we go. I will put up some. I have something from Normandy. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna actually be real quick. Oh, there we go. I need a better resolution for this. So first off, I haven't done this in a while, but to my understanding, I can actually go and do a picture-to-picture here now, and share my screen. I mean, present. There we go, and share screen, and I'll share with this one. First off, if you can see this, and I hope you can, because oh, there we go. It looks like you can see this. These are all the Viking raids. It's a very good book from Normandy in French. These show all the Viking raids in France, present-day France, Germany, and the other surrounding countries. And this is a lot. I mean, this is crazy. This is leading up to the year 9/11, when Rollo took Normandy, or received Normandy as sort of like protected. And you have the rivers Loire and the river Seine there, which was a stronghold for these Vikings. And when they had too many problems here with the people in Bretagne or in coming out from Paris, they would just venture up to Ireland or England normally. And let me just share this other some photos from the actual. There we go. This is in Fécamp, and I'll do this so it's easier to see it. Here we go. This is in Normandy in Fécamp. This is an old. It's actually from postcard, but I had to put it up there because it shows there's a really high hill there above Fécamp, and as you can see the harbor down there, and typical coast of Normandy, just like the southern part of England. And on top of this hill is a monastery. And this is actually where some of the Vikings came the first time around, and they came to this monastery, and it was a nuns' monastery, just to say that. And to the left in the photo, left of the harbor down there is where this cathedral is. And I can try to show you this now. If we move on to, this is the tomb or the sarcophag of Rollo. And which is empty, by the way. Unfortunately, it says Rollo on the side here. And below this cathedral, now this is in Rouen, in Rouen, the capital of Normandy. Below the cathedral, there's a secret passage. If you're ever in the cathedral in Rouen, in Normandy, just below where there is a beautiful statue of Jeanne d'Arc, there's a staircase there, which you can ask for permission, maybe, like we did, to go down and to see here. This is the fountain where Olav, the Holy, King Olav of Norway, Saint Olav, was baptized. And here's a plaquette they put up on the wall 8 years ago. The Norwegian government did that. That's kind of cool, isn't it? And here, if we can all, let me double check now. Yeah. Here we can see this tomb, the great. I mean, I hope this is interesting. Yeah, that's cool, Alessio. Hey, Alessio, good to see you. This is the tomb that the two Ricard, excuse my French, were buried in. I spent 7 years and had a huge team here of people from France and Denmark and Norway and a couple of other countries joining in, helping out, and opening this. It was a magical day, long day, and a magical day. And the professor, Per Holk, on the left there, you can see, he was the expert who could read so much out of these skeletons. And he was the one who tried, one of the two professors who tried to hire me last year, and were cancelled from it for it, just like I was. So it was great to see, and we knew this tomb had been opened 4 times in the last 1,000 years. They had records of that, actually, and the last time was during the war. So the question was, had we found something or not from this, or had we had anything been changed in the years? And the problem was, the skeletons had been put, the last time they opened it, they had put it in lead boxes, which is horrible for conservation in terms of DNA. How do you say that? Well, to take DNA out of the skeletons. So that was kind of difficult. And it turned out, let me join you back here now. It turned out that it was called a skeleton shock. If you Google that, skeleton shock and Rollo, you can read the article. And the reason why I wanted to talk about Rollo now is I see on this YouTube channel, a lot of people have been viewing that one update I had when I was in Denmark at the DNA lab there to hand in this DNA. And they weren't able to extract DNA from the samples. And that's when we found out anyways about the C14. Because of these lead boxes, that the 2 lead boxes that we had, that the skeletons were stored in, it was so difficult for us to extract DNA. And for the past 4, maybe 5 years, I've had this in Oslo until I had them sent up here 2 years ago. And now I've decided I'm going to try it out again down in Germany, because the technology I've gotten so far, and this is the last samples that anyone knows of the closest relatives to Rollo. And maybe even we can do an update on family tree DNA. Wouldn't that be cool? So people can see if they're related to Rollo or not. And then we can see who today at family tree DNA are closest related to these samples, or at least the one who's not 2,300 years old. And that could give us an indication, a strong indication, if a lot of modern people in Norway, for example, are related to this sample, and not so many in Denmark. Hey, Rollo is Gangerov, just like in the TV show Vikings, although not like they portrayed it. So what do you think about that? And if you have a comment on that, oh man, there's a lot of comments here. I've just been talking here now, but I hope that was okay to give you an update on Rollo, and I'll try to update a little bit. Are the burial remains misidentified, Margot? Well, yeah, the conclusion with the museum people and the archaeologists who are French and working there is that they have not been so careful which skeletons they put in there. The relics were not really religious relics, or maybe they were switched since they were dukes, and they found some other newer relics. But this is not new, so it couldn't have been that either. So it's kind of peculiar. But if you do get some DNA, I hope we can get some answers about that. Yeah. And Rollo was a Jotun. I'm going to talk about that later on if you wanna. And sure, he was tall, really tall, a giant, like my great grandfather and like you, James, I see here. So yeah, giant in the Roman sense, at least. And that's really, really cool and peculiar, I find. And anyways, now, oh yeah, and why is Rollo tombs empty? Dead cow bounds, nice to see you here. Do they know what happened to this body? Well, you see, they've been having, they've rebuilt the cathedral a few times over the past 1,000 years. That's the 2 times that it's been opened before the war. And that's when probably this has happened. just sort of like found a lot of skeletons and put them here and there. And in the war, that's when they put in lead boxes, right? So it could have been just mixed together. And this was, not very fortunate, I would say. And Rollo's tomb, why it was empty, I think it was more important for the tomb than the skeletons to these people, just because there's a lot of in the 19th century, we see that here in Norway also, the archaeologists and the conservation people who work in conservation, they didn't think that it was any use for skeletons. They didn't know about DNA, of course, or that they can read a lot of about what they ate, for example, or if they were born in another place, then they lived just based on the strontium isotope analysis. It's got all this technology, so that's why a lot of skeleton remains have been, well, it's been difficult, basically, yeah. And Mutzeputze, you say Karl Martell, Karl the Hammer, and the Carolingians, and also the Merovingians I'm curious about. Yeah, they haven't done a lot of DNA on them. And I'd like to do something on Charlemagne, which is still lying in Aachen, in the great cathedral there, where he was crowned Holy German Roman Emperor in the year 800. That would be really cool. So yeah, I hope you can do that. And Alessio, you ask here something about the skeleton that was found in Sicily, because you are in Sicily, and you were even a guest in my YouTube video from Sicily there. Nice to see her again. And this is DNA. Yeah, I can say for you, let's see here now. I can even show a photo from Sicily for those of you who wonder, because these were Normans as well. So a lot of Normans went into England, of course, these descendants of Rollo, but also others. And let's see here now if I can go. I did make a sort of like preparation for you here. And if I can be so lucky to see, here we go. Yes, I found it here now. So I'm going to show you a photo here now from Sicily, from this church. So there's this Polish archaeologist he's a lot on Sicily. And I heard about him a few years back because he found he called them the Hulk skeletons, or some journalists did anyway. Hulk skeletons, and you think, that's like really, really tall skeletons, giants. But of course, compared to the other skeletons they found and the present day population of some southern Italians are not that tall, it was huge. And I heard rumors about 2 meters or something like that. And I had coincidentally Per Holk with me. Can you see this now? I hope you can. This is a church which was built after a great battle where the Norman soldiers, Roger the First, with a small force, defeated a huge local force of Arabs and other people who were mercenaries probably also. But they were knights, man, and just a few years before they had 150 knights and 130 foot soldiers had killed. They faced more than 30,000 people, and they routed them with their knights driving in 2 piles, which is crazy. And killed so many tens of thousands of people because they wanted to retake Sicily. And this church was erected. You see Palermo in the far back there, and here you see inside the church. This is where we found the skeletons, by the way. Here we see some wood holes, and we found traces of actually an old wooden church, which is dated to the late 11th century. I'm trying to be right about this now. So they had a wooden church put up just after this victory when they retook Sicily, meaning that was around 1090 or 92 or something. They took the whole of Sicily, but I think it was some time before they took this area. and they had a stronghold up in the high mountains of this volcano on Sicily, which is a really peculiar place. That's where this huge battle was, where they met so many people, but they had the advantage of terrain in addition. And when they spread panic in this way, they were able to continue slaughtering and chasing these people up in the hills all night, and probably the next day as well. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because Alessio asked about these skeletons. Yes, I have connected them with the German DNA lab and these really good geneticists who are doing research in Italy. He's a rising star as a geneticist, and he's Italian in addition. And hopefully we'll know more about it. But we visited the very, very elegant and sincere Polish archaeologist, and we looked on these skeletons and the longest thigh bone, and we saw that it probably wasn't 2 meters, but between 180 and 190 centimeters, meaning much more than 6 feet, which is huge, of course, for that time, and was buried in Norman burial with sword and everything. So that's going to be really cool, Alessio, and all you others, to check out more about the Normans in Sicily, and for sure it's going to turn up on family tree and DNA, so you can compare with your own and other places, of course. Remy Couture, you have been so nice to send me a I have to find you back here now, super chat, which means I am able to see you much more easier to answer questions. And we're talking now about the Vikings and Viking Age for a few more minutes before moving further back into time. In the last 30 minutes, we'll talk about anything, and I'll bring people like Sarah, you're waiting there, and you can come on to this channel. On my Patreon channel, I put up a link there if you want to go into the waiting room there, and we'll see if it's possible. That's Viking Stories /Patreon. I'll put up that link so you can see it. Remy, you have shown here for hundreds of years still high amounts of Danish autosomal DNA. Norman for 100. Oh yeah, right. Rollo settled in the same region my family came from, so maybe Danish, and that's kind of cool to think of. And you know, I'm open for this. We had this famous Norwegian philosopher in Norway, famous only in Norway. Well, he was famous in the ecology movement internationally, Arne Næss Senior, and I knew him personally. And he always told people, you know, science is only temporary. You know, meaning you have all these theories, you know, and you think about, oh, Rollo must be Norwegian, they point towards that. And if you find out something new, well, we should realign or change our views and then continue moving forward. But Remy, I have to tell you, for some reason that doesn't always happen. People are more likely to cancel people who disagree with them, like I have experienced, which is not really nice at all. Yeah. And I talked with this other historian, Peter Hedder, about this, because he's battling a lot with this Toronto school in Canada, and they're so woke that they have this, even though the theory, if ideas moved or people moved with ideas, have been settled for a long time, they still refuse to do that. And I'm going to hold a talk in about 2 weeks in Trondheim at the university there. And I hope to see at least one of you are on the stream there then, because I know you study there. And even there, and I studied there, even there's a professor, or it's not even professor, but he works there, who's so into this Toronto school that he hates Peter Hedder. So he refuses his students to use his name or write him. It's just like when I took my master's degree there. You can't write about Vikings because it's better to write about poor people today than write things. It's irrelevant. And you can't write about trade because that's capitalism. It's so ideologically sensitive. And this was some years ago. Hey, Max, the Battle of Sorami. That's exactly right. That's the great battle that you should read about in the Wikipedia, for example, to see that. I mean, the closest thing I've seen, Max, to try to picture these two lines of or rows of horses, knights, just mauling into tens of thousands of soldiers and causing panic and rooting all the people for just panicking escape, and they slashing, and just 150 knights. In the Lord of the Rings, not the TV series, but the movies. I think in the second movie, or maybe the third, when they have this really big battle, and the horse riders, the knights come and they just slash into and go and root, and that's the closest I've seen to something similar, which is kind of cool. And this was, I kind of jumped off on the course here, Alessio. There we are. And you have replied to this question you had, I'm sure, in the Norman castle of Monreale, which is close to Palermo. You should really visit there. And if you haven't done it, there's a video with me and Alessio where I visit Monreale, and there's just gold everywhere of this first king of Sicily. His father was a mercenary, and his grandfather, or close to, was a Viking. That's some rice there. Would be, I'm sure, something interesting could be found there. Absolutely, yes. And science is king, John. I totally agree. And did they find some DNA from Oseberg and Gokstad? You know, I've been working on that and hoping to find something there. From Oseberg, we have there were two women buried there. And what we thought was the servant. Many years ago, Per Holk, I showed a photo of him. I've been working with him. He's one of the professors who tried to hire me unsuccessfully. Now he's not working there anymore, and neither am I. But he was the one who found empty DNA from the Oseberg burial and connected it to the Black Sea area, which is really cool. And Göran, if you're still listening to this, we should put that skeleton into your database. Absolutely, yeah. Hey, thanks, Remy, for those kind words you have there. Yeah. Oh, what about Mutsuputsu? You're coming up with some really nice questions today. What about the cultural anthropologist similarities between Sicily and Sweden? Lucia. Yeah. I mean, I kind of like that. And I like to think big and in long. I'm leaning too much into the camera here. Sorry about that. Going out of focus. I really enjoy thinking big and fresh about that. And I've tried to do that in Norway even, which is, I'm getting to that in just a bit. But, I think there are a lot of Germanic traditions. They call them Germanic traditions because of the Germanic tribes. But as we know, all of the Germanic tribes originated in Scandinavia and northern Germany, by the way. So it's this area here where you have all these cultural traditions, which also throughout times have been reignited, with the Christmas tree in the 19th century and earlier, this German tradition. But it's all about celebrating the tree or the old man or the Odin or wisdom or tradition. And Lucia, I made a video about Lucia where I talk about this. So if you haven't seen that video, it's filmed in a really cool place. I might even have a... well, I thought I had a photo of that. But, it doesn't seem like it. No bother now. It's filmed in a really cool place, not so far away from here. Yeah. Oh, and Shakal, isn't autosomal DNA 300 years old only? No, actually, I'm not a DNA expert, but my understanding is that autosomal DNA gathers all DNA going really far back in time. But the problem is the further back you go, the less, the more detailed it gets. The more, if you go 1,000 years back, I've been told you have 1 billion ancestors mathematically, and so it leaves very little trace in a sense. But I've actually never been asked that question before. I have looked into it, so that's something to investigate more. Yeah, left wing. Yeah, I would say you're right about that. Mounted patrol man. Yeah. Oh, here we have someone else's answer to that. Yes. That's good, Remy. You have already been that. And I'm just going through the comments here now because a lot of people talked about this. Lillian, you're asking here when in Trondheim, the 20th of October. If you go to Fax Trondheim, not time. If you go to Fax at Facebook, you should be able to see the event there actually, even or you could search for my name and Fax on Facebook and it should come up if you want to pop by on the 20th of October. And I'll be in the north of Norway later on also talking about this, but I go further back in time there in addition, yeah. If the pikeman, this is a cool question, Dead Cat Bounce. If the pikeman can hold the line, and you know the pikemen who wants to put the pikes down, they stand a good chance against a mounted foe. But it's terrifying to have a horse bearing down on you, and yes, and especially those horses. And I don't think that, you know, it was the Swiss who in the Middle Ages came up with those really, really useful mercenaries who were pikemen, who had these new weapons and strong weapons, I believe, also, who could work functionally as a pikeman. I don't think it worked with armored horses that long time ago, but that's just me speculating. I'm not sure if that's much to think of. And I see there are a lot of questions here also now, like here, Gotland comes from a warrior dated to the 4th, 5th century. He was buried with the Sparta sword and stirrups. Yes, that's true. I mean, 2022 has been a great year. We've been hoping that every year would be like this before, but now finally, this is a good sign for 2023 even, because there's so much coming out now, and that's why I've been out in Norwegian media writing about this and causing quite a stir among archaeologists, because this is natural sciences. It's not really archaeology, and it kind of breaks. I mean, we use different words. We say Yamnaya and Scandinavian hunter-gatherers instead of using the correct archaeological terms, and time periods doesn't exist the way we can't think in small divided time periods like our archaeologists do. So I can understand that some archaeologists who are well established in their own institutions can feel threatened. That's what I've experienced. I've had a sort of like battle of my own answering to all these archaeologists up north in Norway, in Trondheim and in Oslo, trying to you see, they can't talk about DNA because most of them are not skilled enough in that. And also, I stick to the facts, which are natural science facts in the DNA studies. And then it's hard to argue. We can argue about that, right? We can discuss the evidence. But a lot of people just resort to attacking the person instead of the topic, or instead of the ball, as we say. And that's what happened a lot with this. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Hey, where can you buy that cool bottle? Loving the stream tonight. Hey, thanks. And I got even this. This I use when I drive up in the mountains. But these are just, I bought for me, just so I can have a hot drink in my car when I drive to Oslo, which is 9 hours drive or 8 hours drive from here. But yeah, this is on all my YouTube videos. You can see below, or most people can see. You can go into the store from there and you can buy T-shirt. But I have to tell you, I took my girlfriend to the Faroe Islands this summer. There's a video from the Faroe Islands. I have a lot of friends there. And I didn't think that through all the way, because a lot of the shirts, and especially this one really big pullover, a hoodie, has some really dirty rune inscriptions from Norway in the late Viking Age or just after, and they're really naughty. But it's in, I've written them, as you can see if you press the link. They talk about sexuality in a very, very non-delicate way. And of course, the Faroese people, they can read this or some of it. And so I didn't think that quite through, but when I gave a hoodie like that to my girlfriend and she brought it along to the Faroe Islands, that was kind of amusing. But yeah, you can check that out. So we can talk about wokeness and the fight I'm facing about people who seem to be more and more, well, non-believers almost in DNA. But you do have a lot of other people who are very much like me, happy with new research and opening our eyes anew or realigning ourselves because of new evidence coming up. And so it's not negative all over, but there are some people in powerful positions in Norway who find me personally as a character, since I'm not very Norwegian in being confrontational, meaning I'm not afraid of confrontations, which is a heritage from where my father is from, which is a strong coastal community where you have to listen when you're on a boat, or else the whole boat can die. And that has sort of like been copied for thousands of years. And that's why I am the way I am. And my father was worse. So yeah, maybe that's why. But you know, a lot of people, David, they think about working with skeletons and DNA and talking positively about the Viking Age, like one archaeologist told me. That's pretty close to being a, I don't know if I can say a Northern. Yeah, those comparisons to the Second World War, which is ridiculous, because if DNA had showed that they were right, there was one race, but we see that, and I've been a co-author even on papers that see that Vikings, they mixed a lot wherever they traveled. And they also consisted of both hunter-gatherers, who were two tribes or groups originally, and the warriors, and some farmers, and some from the north, the Finn, the Sami, you know, a lot of mix. So people shouldn't be afraid of this. Not at all, you know. And still some are. Kind of strange, right? Yeah, just like you're saying there, a lot of people have been discredited by peers, even though they have trusted sources and stuff like I have. Yeah, that's kind of weird, but I think things are turning now. I mean, there's a tide turning now. Can you feel it? I mean, in the US, maybe you have to wait a couple of years and have things go in the wrong direction for a couple of years before they start moving in the right direction. I don't know, maybe that's what we talk about here in Norway now. But there's because of war, and this is something we're going to talk about in the end if you wanna. But there's a lot of things turning now. Maybe the tide is turning, so we can talk about things more easily. I'd like that. Yeah. Anyways. Will you be posting this video afterwards? Yes, I will, James. It's actually being posted right now as we speak. I just got to remove 2 hours of it before, which is just chat. So yeah. Oh yeah, and John, I think you are right about that. The Otto-Somal DNA discussion that we had. When you want to trace cousins, yeah, but not with admixture. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Where you can trace much further back in time. And let's see here now. Now I think I was called naughty here now. Yeah. Check out the store. That's pretty cool if you want to do that. What were the similarities between English and Scandinavian courts of law during the Viking Age? You know, one of the videos I made here on this channel, which I'm least satisfied with, But what I'm saying is I'm pretty happy with that. So I left the video up, but it was kind of late, and I was down by the Sognefjord, very close to where we have our first constitution, or more than 1,000 years old, and which was orally transmitted, so to say, or an oral tradition for centuries before it was written down, the Gulating's law. And there are so many similarities there. I wrote about this in my master's thesis because, as a historian, because it was about Normans and how they evolved from calling themselves Vikings and burning down monasteries until they realized the monasteries were money machines, and they sort of like changed that whole attitude and became Christians and became Normans, and forgot about their pagan past in the 1,000 years ago. And there's a concept called Norman law. It's not easy to Google, but it is within law. Norman law is a concept, and I've read some pretty interesting books about that. How we can trace. I talk about this in some of these videos also. I put up some links also. You have the law of liberties, I think, before Magna Carta, 100 years before. And then you have Magna Carta. And the whole principle is the same as on the Thing, which the Vikings and a lot of the Germanic tribes had, where every household, so if a man died, the woman could have one vote. Every household had one vote. Every free man had one vote at the Thing. And that gave the barons in Normandy a lot more power over the duke and eventually the king than they had in other places around in Europe at the time. And that's a lot of the similarities. And if you're asking about the courts of law or just the law, let me know, Mike, because the courts were also quite similar. But the courts of law, I'm thinking here the concept of Norman law. There's a red line going back through along the living document as the Magna Carta is. Back to the, I think, Charter of Liberties is what it's called. And there's another thing also that I mentioned in that video. And it goes back towards Scandinavia. And there's a question there, how much in pagan times can you go further back in time? Because we know now, archaeologists like Christian Christensen talk about it all the time, that the roots of the Viking Age and the clan society of the Viking Age was created in the Bronze Age. So things are going, I mean, we have to see things in a whole new way. And then suddenly you have, when you know how many mercenaries who went down in the Bronze Age, late Bronze Age, to Mycenaean Greece, ancient Greece, the Greece that Homer wrote about, Trojans and that kind of stuff. And even people traveled north because we have a lot of swords in Denmark, huge amount from Greece at that time. I mean, we're talking now 3,200 years ago, before the late Bronze Age collapse even. So you have that concept of the earliest concept of democracy. It kind of looks like the Germanic concept of democracy, the Ting system. And we can even speak about now, maybe in a few years, that we see the same roots. And we know people have mixed also even at that time. So yeah, I even mentioned this, that even Goliath, you know, David and Goliath. Johannes Krause did a study on the Philistines. He was a Philistine, excuse my language, but Philistine was the group of the tribe that Goliath belonged to, and they did a burial there from about the same time that he lived. And they find traces in the DNA of the skeletons in this cemetery in present-day Middle East to Europe, continental Europe. Not difficult to say where. And they mentioned Southern Europe and Northern. It's difficult. So it could be even that Goliath might have even had some ancestry in the north of Europe even. And that then it's short up to the giants of the north, the Jotuns, right? Yeah, that was kind of cool. So let's see if I can. There are a lot of questions here now. If you wanna You can put up a super sticker so it's easier for me to read your questions. That means that's just me asking for donations or support in any case also. You can do it on, there's a link under this video on not only Patreon but PayPal if that's more convenient, and I appreciate it greatly. I was on Survive the Jive a few weeks back and I saw, man, he was very professional and he had so nice and good supporters doing that all the time in his talks. I thought, hey, maybe I should do that too. And let's see, I'll take that off there. And let's see here now. Kimbrians, Danish or Celtics. Kimbrians and Teutoni. The Cimbri, they came from Jylland in present-day Denmark, Chakal, just so we know that. Yeah. And Rollo did change his name after being baptized. You know, I'm not sure when, or I'm actually in doubt if he was baptized even. He lived until 924 or maybe until 930. We know his son had a coin. We have a coin from his son which said Duke, actually, but it was his grandson who was called the first Duke of Normandy. We know that Rollo had a wife who was a Christian from the British Isles. And his son then was maybe half English even, or half Celtic or something like that. But Rollo is a Frankification that occurred in the 10th and 11th centuries. And we see that a lot of places where these Germanic tribes settled, that they changed their names after 50 to 100 years or so, like the Rus Vikings, and like Ingvar became Igor, for example. So there's a lot of change like that all over. Yeah. And let's see here, Remy, and thanks again, Remy. I appreciate it. Is there evidence that the Norse Gaels, which is this mix of the Norse Vikings, the Eastmen as they were called, and Gaels, the Celtic ones, or Celts, settled Normandy during the Viking Age? Not evidence, I'd say. There were 5 places in Ireland where the Vikings settled, and Waterford was the only one which was kept a Viking place. The other ones were abandoned except for Dublin. They had also, we know that when the Normans came to Dublin and established this whole new area, large area around Dublin, we know then the old Norse settlers there moved their area to the north of this river in Dublin, and so it was kind of homogeneous, can we say that? You said it in Norwegian. It seems like that was Norse Gaels, I presume. So the thing with Norse Gaels is that the Vikings had a clan society which was very similar to the Celtic clan society. So it's very easy for them when they traveled down the road, the highway down here, and everywhere they stopped, they met with kin and they traded news and stories and wives and daughters, and it was they were so intermixed. And to be frank, Remy, I think they just settled up there because I mean, we see on the DNA. Maybe I can even show you this. If I have this science slide here, you see, and or maybe I no. Let's see. I'm not going to do this in the live stream if I'm not prepared for it. But no, sorry, I can't. The UK Biobank released some really interesting and cool DNA results from present-day British, and I just found it now. So let me just take up this for the eye ones. The eyes have it. Let's see. Here we are, where you can. I'm clicking here now just to take up something to. Yeah. I will share my screen here and put up this. There we go. I presume you can see this, Remy, and I have to hide your comment there. So this is, and maybe I can even zoom in a little bit. Here you can see the I, haplogroup I1, which is a pretty good indicator of where the Vikings settled. But it's also, as you can see down in Devon, which is down towards Cornwall in southwest England, there is a strong percentage there. And that's, of course, Anglo-Saxon. And the same goes for in Norfolk. Did I say that right? I didn't say that foul word now. It's Norfolk. Sorry about that. Excuse my English. But that's north of Cambridge, which is not in the north. You have a large percentage there also. It's kind of peculiar why there is something there of so many I1s. But you see up north towards Cumbria, we had a guest here who's from Cumbria, and around Liverpool and the whole area there, and down towards the Welsh border. Chester is that Roman city that is still fortified to this day. The Roman walls. It's a great place to visit if you're ever in Liverpool or Manchester. The cool thing about this is, I mean, Vikings were not all I1, of course. I'm I1 in my straight paternal haplogroup, the line going back. But you see a presence in some of these places up to 20%. And even this study on Etruscans in Italy, Etruscan people going really far back, even there they found in the middle of Italy, Alessio, can you hear this? Even in the middle of Italy, they had up to 20% of I1, which is of course both Lombard and Norman and maybe even Goth in Ireland, but 20%, you know, you find this in so many places, and that's just the I1s. Yeah, so to answer your question, there's a lot, and my personal opinion from I know after there was a sort of like civil war in the 940s because the Richard I was so young when he sort of like was put in charge. But once that was over in the 950s and 60s, a lot of people came down from especially Ireland. And I think many of those who came down, some of them must have been Norse Gaels, of course, if they didn't have a place or they met some kind of resistance and there was a lot of available lands in Normandy. They just joined in on all those people who went down there. But we know a lot of people went up to northwest England, for example. And that's why I showed this photo from the UK Biobank. So it's difficult to say. But a lot of the Vikings who settled around the Irish Sea, a lot of them went down, and a lot of them settled in the western side of Normandy, in Cotentin, as it's called, and the Danes came from the other side. They were all called Danes, just so you know. Both Norwegian Vikings and Norse Gaels and Danish in Normandy were called Danes. Michael, great to see you again, Michael. I appreciate your support. It's lovely to have you here. And I have to drink some more now. Excuse me. So, and yes, I read something about that, Saniko, that PayPal can be a little bit conclusive without any. Yeah, who was that British guy? He was cancelled a lot for no reason apparent, or he did a mistake and he fixed it, but it wasn't enough. I don't know. Let's see. We have some more questions here. Shetland Orkney, is that also Norse Gaelic? Oh yes, absolutely. And we know so much about that history from the Orkney saga, and also going into the even much later than the Viking Age. It's a really cool part of the history of Scotland, present-day Scotland, and a lot of I think it was in the 1280 was the last time no, it was later than that even. The last time we tried to take some land in Scotland back, but that didn't go so well. Yeah. So Alessio, if you should pick a place besides Iceland, where is the place with more Viking DNA? You know, that's really easy to answer. That's of course in Norway. It has to be Norwegians who have the most Viking DNA. But of course, I have a former collaborator and friend in Copenhagen who said that there was not much going on in Denmark and no, Norway and Sweden. He said there was only Vikings in Denmark. That's why we had this famous fallout with council business and accusations of racism, which evidently followed me to Norway last year. With 9 times I experienced people trying to cancel me. So maybe I shouldn't say that, Alessio. But I mean, if the Vikings came from Scandinavia, of course, that's where you find the most concentration of it, unless there's been a lot of migration into Norway and Sweden and Denmark, and that's something that has existed in recent times, yes. But if you go outside of Oslo, especially if you go up north in Norway and north in Sweden, it's pretty much the same as it's been for centuries. And you know why? It has to do with something that's how far north we are in I mean, it's just crazy how far north we are. Maybe I can, no, I can't do that. I was gonna, nope, that didn't work. Yeah, I was going to show a photo from up north in Norway, but I was trying to be a little bit better at this than I am, and it's been a long time since I did a live stream. Maybe I should do another one. So how are we on time now? I think this time 9 is an important number, Art, by the way. Yes, and 9 was really, really important to Vikings, which is made me think about what time it is now. And you know, it's kind of cool. Does anyone of you remember that? What's it called with these circles? The Sado circles, is that what it's called? When they have these constellations coming back and forth, they rotate every 18 years, or actually every 9 years for half a rotation. So it's possible to predict, you say constellations, or you know, when the moon comes in front of the sun. And this knowledge they even had in the times of Stonehenge. And in Greece, ancient Greece, they even made a machine to predict this stuff. And it's rotating every 9 years. It's the Saros circles, I think it's called. It's really, really, really peculiar and cool. Hey, Margot, thanks for sharing your knowledge with us, and thank you for your support. I'm so happy and grateful for this. It's a new week coming up, and well, I have fall break actually with my kids. I'm going to where my mother is from up north. But after that, I have a lot of work to do, and I'm not getting paid from these universities anymore. I can't, so I gotta do more of this stuff that I'm doing here. So I hope you appreciate it. Wasn't Sweden actually a part of Norway during the Viking Age? You know, Sheridan, large parts of Sweden were both part of Denmark and Norway up until late Middle Ages even. Still today in Trondheim, there are some students who go to the border with Sweden and they take off the Swedish sign for this is Sweden, and they change it to East Trøndelag, because West Trøndelag is Trondheim, right? And because it used to be really far into Sweden, this huge area where they actually for a long time were neither Norwegian or Swedish. They had their own laws even in Härjedalen and Jämtland, because it's so isolated, and which is what I was going to say about having had the same kind of communities for such a long time. The further north we come, and it's so cold. You know, it's crazy, Sheridan, and that's sort of what I'm getting into here now. We're so separated from the people further south, and the reason for this is we need to know just how far north. I'm going to show you now, Sheridan, Scandinavia is, because so many people don't think about it. I've talked about it a lot on this channel, but if you check out this, let me double check here. Yeah, here we go. If just how far north we are here. This is one map I used from the top of the North Pole. We're not used to seeing a world map like this, right? But you know, you had people living up here and thriving. You know, even 9,000 years ago, they used boats out to 50 kilometers in open sea. I mean, they had to be advanced to do that. Just check out this map. You can see here Norway on the right there in green, and you see almost half of Norway is, if you turn the globe upside down, is, you see the Arctic the Arctic Circle there now. Here's the Arctic Circle around the South Pole. So almost half of Norway is if you turn the globe around in Antarctica, and that's something to think about. And there's another. Let's see if I can move past this and this, and I can show this also while we are at it. And I'll have to maybe zoom this a little if it works. Yeah, here we go. If you see here, Sheldon, the reason why northern parts of Scandinavia has been so separated from the rest of Scandinavia, which we see also in the Viking Age, is most of northern Europe is so flat compared to the mountains of Norway and Sweden. And that's why the mountain people exist. And that's why when I wanted to leave the Viking Age, go further back in time, we see now in the DNA that a lot of these people who survived, who were not supposed to survive. Even in Denmark, you have a total population turnover of all hunter men when these warriors, the Yamnaya, the Indo-Europeans, came into Europe and changed everything. In present-day Spain and Portugal, 100% of all the hunter men died out in a very short and violent time. Could have been plague. On the British Isles, the number is 90% of all the men. Those who built Stonehenge disappeared. But not so in Scandinavia. And it has to do with fair skin and the ability to survive with little sun. This is why I say trolls are real, because they were tall, we know that, and they were must have been pretty good at surviving when they met these warriors. And they also were warriors themselves, because the first farmers who came to Scandinavia, they also suffered a population turnover from these hunters. So it was a very violent time. And this is why if you saw that map with these mountains, to go down south along the coast of Norway was really dangerous, especially out here where it's blowing with gusts of storm at the moment. So what they did was that when they came with all these good resources that they had there, with lots of sea mammals and oil that they made, and after a while lots of iron, when they came down to just before Trondheim, Værnes, Frosta, it's called, then they went straight east into Sweden. And so this is why it's all got to do with trade, and that's why this huge area used to be a part of Norway also, until the 17th century even. And down in southern Sweden, a lot of areas in the western part there were part of Denmark, and that's where you have Bøyolf and that strong connection with Sutton Hoo. I hope that answered your question there. Harry Parrott, thanks for your donation. Did the Danes who invaded Normandy and intermarry with the Franks keep their Viking ways? Like, and your forefather is Siegfried the Dane, Count of Guinea. Sorry for my French there. I don't speak very well French. I understand French a little bit. So all these Danes who were both Norwegian and Danish Vikings, some even Swedish Vikings, I'm sure, because we know some of the Swedes definitely went to England also. When they came down to Normandy, they married into the local aristocracy, like all the Germanic tribes did everywhere they went. Same story. And after about 100 years, they were totally adapted to local culture, religion, language, and personal names. But yes, in terms of the Viking names, ways in Normandy, you know, I'm going to talk about Northerners then. Because even the Beatles, I remember I saw this Get Back documentary. They try to talk about, you see, we are Northerners from the north of England. and we are in a different way. And the way they describe is so similar to the way we are in Scandinavia. And I think this is not just a cultural thing, but a genetical thing almost, which is sort of like is intertwined through all the centuries, because we are a little bit similar. I think that's why a lot of Norwegian people every year travel over to Liverpool and Manchester. They feel a lot at home there, not just because of soccer or football. But just like I talked about Norman law earlier in this live stream, absolutely, I'm sure. So yeah. And Andriksen, you're living in the foot of Trollheimen. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. Maybe we are more Scandinavian hunter-gatherers here. Well, the further north you go, the more Scandinavian hunter-gatherers we have. There's Somal DNA, close to 50%. In Sweden, it is 50% of ethnic Swedes. Hey, I'm happy to help you out there. This also works for the Inner Alps, Mutsuputsu. Hey, I'd like to hear more about that. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, and Alessio, it is crazy. They had technology 9,000 years ago, and they worked all along the coast together. Up in the mountains, they got all the minerals from metal that they needed to carve out the skin or the seal. I'm not sure what you even call it, but let's say just say fur, and make boats. Every year they had to make new boats because it held only for one season, and their clothes and everything. Everyone worked together, and it was a very, very strange and advanced community for 8,000 years until these warrior-minded Yamnaya population came into Scandinavia, and the patriarchy and the class society was set up just like the caste society in India. Same roots, and so many things changed. And I think when you see in our DNA, like you, Alessio, in your DNA too, we have a lot from these Scandinavian hunter-gatherers, much more than many other populations around in Europe. And maybe we inherited something from the culture also, like a culture to collaborate. Because if you see how the Lombards in Italy have fared, you see a lot of the strong economies in Southern Europe. This Max Weber, he talked a little bit about this, but more so in the Max Weber, a sociologist, much more in Northern Europe. But also in Catalonia, which is a Gothic place, and Madrid area, and the nobility and aristocracy, which has survived to this day. And remember, in the middle of Italy, I won up to 20%. Imagine in Lombardy, up in the northwest of Italy. And when you have a thriving community like that, the Lombard League of the 13th and 14th centuries, and the city-states, the communes, and the rise, and the way they collaborated. I mean, I'm not sure. I talked about this 3 videos ago, how much we really have inherited, and if you are more prone to collaboration in combination with competition. Sorry for not being in focus here now. Yeah. Like you are saying here now, maybe the Yamnaya did not like their cod fish and got ill with vitamin D deficiency. That's the whole point. Yeah. They had to adapt. And once the farmers came, they came with the other gene of the 2 genes for fair skin. I talk about this with Johannes Krause on this channel also. You find this video also here. And that was a huge advantage with having both genes. The Eastern hunter-gatherers, the first ones who came from the north, had the one gene, the most important, I believe. And some Yamnaya had that also, because we know that Yamnaya were tall also, but they had some of the same origins as the Eastern hunter-gatherers, which we believe are both Caucasian hunter-gatherers from the Caucasus, Caucasian, I guess it's called, and the even older ancient North Eurasians had this one gene for fair skin, which was advantageous to survive that far north. Yeah. Wasn't north of Norway the first Vikings, Lofoten and Vesterålen? That's difficult to say. The first Viking raids that we know of now were in the 740s, 50 years before Lindisfarne, going east in the Baltic. We have the Salme burial, for example, maybe not 740s, maybe even earlier or a bit later, but they were mostly from Sweden, the middle of Sweden. But they went out in many directions and for many reasons in the start, right? So let's see here now. I'm looking through here now. If there are a lot of comments here, and I kind of like all these comments here. It's quite funny to read, and I'm very happy that you're able to discuss and stuff between yourselves as in addition, like this. And Talve Kuningas, you have a question. Any interesting stories in regards to Viking activity in Estland, Estonia, and how these societies got along? The islands there, it's called Saaremaa Island now, but to Norse it was Eisysla. There are a lot of writings about that. Snorre also wrote about many Vikings going that directions, and we know a lot of people went from Scandinavia to there, but the story afterwards is so complex, so it's difficult to say. I mean, even up until recent times, especially in Latvia and even in Belarus. I mean, it's so complicated with the Slav question, which is connected to this. And we know the origin stories of the Rus Vikings are seemingly more correct now than we thought about them just a few years ago. So that's kind of cool. Maybe I should I'd love to make a video that I have some friends in Tallinn, and I'd love to do something more about that, and because we have some new DNA evidence that I can talk much more about also. So that's great. And modern Viking Norway, you're right. Harald, he went around. That was a comment to Ulf Hednar there, I see. Yeah. So thanks, Nick. I really appreciate it. And now let's see. If there was, I thought I maybe should talk a little bit what I promised that we'd bring some guests in for the last 20 minutes or so. I see I've talked much longer than I planned to here. Is that okay by you? Are you following here now? I mean, yeah, it seems like it, so I'm happy for it. And Sarah, are you have you entered the? Let me see. I'm gonna. I see I have you here, and if you're following, maybe I would like to see your. Maybe you're not in the waiting room anymore. But if any of you who have indicated that you'd like to come along now and say hi, that would be so nice, so I can share my screen with you and we can have a short chat. I was thinking maybe do 2-3 minutes or less, and we can talk a little bit. And then if you would like that, I will do something which they told me not to do. But maybe I'll just post this comment here. And then you can enter my waiting room, and we can see if any one of you would like to join me here by pressing that link that comes up now, and we can have a chat and talk about anything you'd like. Sarah, I see you've been waiting for a long time, but I can't see you on the webcam there, so I'm not sure if you could wave or something, but right now I see you seem to be disconnected. So if anyone wants to join in, I'll wait a few minutes, and we can. I'm going to show you something from that I've prepared here also. While we do that, and that would be amazing, Talve Kunigas, and yes, I will try to do that, absolutely. And I see. You could sit, Harry Parrot, and listen to this all day. Yeah, crash course. Maybe I should do some videos with that, And Göran, you talk about Vikings here, if there were a lot from Rogaland and Sogn og Fjordane. Yeah, a lot of Vikings were from there, but we don't have any DNA evidence there because we don't have any DNA from that whole area along the coast between Trondheim and Oslo, actually. Yeah. So I'm gonna do, if you'd like to say hi live, press here. So there we go. And yeah, because I did this a year ago or 2 years ago, and it's so nice to have a chat here and talk to some of you who have been followers here for a long time. And I like to meet people and talk to people. I even promised that I'd try in August to do some. Oh yeah, I can actually talk about that now. To do some send out some invitations to come to Norway and talk about be at these Viking places that I show in my videos. And what happened was that I planned to do this with Björn in his channel. I've been on his channel, he's been on mine, and we had some serious plans to do that together. And it fell through, unfortunately. This is Björn Andreas Bull Hansen, the author, also the YouTuber with a huge YouTube channel, 560,000 or more subscribers is what he has now. So it would have been cool, and maybe it'll happen even still, but we have to plan it some months in advance, and maybe yeah, we will get there. The latest Anglo-Saxon paper showed Norse DNA in English, Welsh, and Scottish in the supplementary info. Yes, that's true. That was a really cool paper. I really enjoyed that. So while we wait for other people, if some more people would like to come into the waiting room to say hi through their webcam to me, you can press the link below in the comments and fill out your name there. And I'm gonna show you something that I have prepared. First off, I was in was wanting to show you this. When it these I'm doing a lot of things here now, and I hope you can bear with me, because as you can see here, yes, the invasions of the Roman Empire, and these are the Germanic tribes, of course, who came out of Scandinavia, we know now. And the cool thing about these is that iron was so important. And if you see here, this is one small area in the mountains of Norway where all these red dots, there are 4,000 of them, are places where they either extracted or made iron, bog iron. And it's at altitude 500-600 meters and higher, out of bog, meaning some really, well, special type of, I guess, mud or excuse my English, let's just say bog iron. Really high quality, good iron. And this is what they could use 2,000 years ago in Scandinavia because of this coming from the mountains of Sweden and Denmark. All these tribes, and it was warm then. A lot of people were born and grew up, and suddenly you had this surplus of men traveling out with all this iron. And that's really cool to think of, and explains a lot on where well, the reason for the Viking Age even, but there was a Viking Age before the Viking Age, and that's why we see things even in the Bronze Age. I also wanted to show you something about the DNA here. Jody, I see you there. I'm going to take you in just a second. I just wanted to show on the same topic here. If we go really far back in time, here is 7,000 BC, so that's like 9,000 years ago. But I mean, this is not correct, but it's simplified, very simplified, with a distribution of men and their haplogroups around in Europe, and the speculation about the I1 being eastern hunter-gatherers coming down from Norway, from the north there. But what's interesting is people tend to forget how people see history. They think about this, where you see on the right here, it says 12,000 years ago, and then suddenly you have the Mesolithic and the Neolithic, meaning spread of farming, and the Bronze Age. It seems like all these time periods are similar in proportion, when they in fact are not, because this lower red here, which says the Upper Paleolithic, it's actually really, really long. So you can see here 12,000 Ka, 12,000 years ago on the left here, and it goes 8,000 years into the Neolithic until the first invaders and the warriors came. It's really, really, really interesting to think about the proportion there. And when we have so much of their DNA in us, have we inherited more from them? That's what I'm curious about. Jody, let's get you in the stream here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. It's working. Wonderful. And if other people want to join in like Jody is doing here now, please feel free to press the link in the comments, and you can go in the waiting room, and I'll put you in there once you're ready. How are you doing today, and where are you now?
I'm in Georgia in the United States.
Great. Wonderful. I didn't know I had people in Georgia following this channel. Have you been following Viking Stories for a long time?
Yes, quite a while. I'm a member of your Patreon, and I've been following you for about a year now.
Yeah, that's great. I was happy when I saw your name come up. Yeah.
I wanted to get involved with your family tree DNA research as much as possible.
And have you done a Y-DNA 700 or something like that, or
I've done the big Y.
Yeah, the big Y. Yeah, that's good. And would you mind telling me what your haplogroup is? It would be cool to see.
It would be R1b, all the way to Z40619.
And if you go on this ancestry search, do you get a lot of ancient DNA samples in your family tree?
I don't see any from family tree.
Okay. Oh, maybe you didn't do the family tree DNA.
Yes, I did. Family tree DNA.
Okay. Yeah, because they have this link that you can follow now. It just came up in August, I think, where you can press and you can see the ancient DNA samples and compare to your own DNA. I don't know if you've done that.
I don't think I've done that yet.
Oh, well, would you please let me know on Patreon or in a private chat? I'd love to see how which kind of hits you get then. Yeah.
Well, I sent you a message through Patreon about a year ago. My mother does genealogy, and she has one of my ancestors on my paternal side goes back to the 1600s in Ketteldorf, Germany. So that puts me strongly in the Germanic category.
Absolutely. Whereabouts in Germany is that? Is it in the north or?
Near Nuremberg.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's kind of cool. So 1600s, you say?
Yes.
That's close to 400 years.
Yes.
Huh.
That's as far back as she can carry it by paper.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have any other questions or things you'd like to talk about while you're here now? It's so nice to have you on.
Yes, I was looking forward to your maternal DNA that you had talked about doing with family tree DNA.
Yeah, that's right.
And I had my maternal line done through family tree, and it came back as VC72T exclamation mark. Which
Really?
looked Sami.
Which looked?
The Sami.
Yeah, I know. They're both the U5 and the V are very strong. A lot of Sami have those two, and we believe that they are part of the Western hunter-gatherers going really far back. I remember 12 years ago, Spencer Wells, I talked about him earlier. He was so interested in finding out why do the Basque people have so much DNA in common with the Sami. And it's because of this mtDNA haplogroup V, among others. But it's just remnants from the really old ancient times, basically, right?
Right.
That's kind of cool. That means, you know, after it might have been you who did that, yeah. And after you, or I remember I talked with someone on Patreon on doing something on the mtDNA on straight maternal lines.
Yeah.
And I talked with Göran about that, and he was interested in doing that also. But he has been so busy with all these new updates coming out, so I was hoping we could do this in August and in September, and I'm happy we were able to do it now.
Right.
So I'm glad for that. Yeah.
Well, I missed out on your Y DNA. That's when I first noticed and came over watching you and a lot more when you did the Y DNA, the big Y research you did with Göran.
Yeah.
And I missed out on that, and I kept hoping for more that I could submit my DNA to you to analyze or look at.
You know, a lot of people have asked me about that. So let me make a promise to you, Jody, that I'll try to get Göran back on, and we can do something much more in depth than we did today.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
How would I know when this happens? Just a notification through Patreon?
Yeah. I'll make sure that you are. I don't have that too many people on Patreon, so I'll do it there, and also try to go out big as many people as possible will come online. Yeah.
Well, I would like if my fiance would, if you do a maternal, we would like to look at hers as well. In that would be lovely.
Yeah, that'd be great. We can try that. Sure, that'd be very interesting. Is this someone you are planning family with also? So you're going to unite the two family lines?
Well, unfortunately, we're a little old for that.
Yeah. Oh. Well, it's interesting with mtDNA because you have this recombination, right, in DNA. So the straight paternal line is the same as the father, more or less, just to simplify. But the mtDNA that you inherit can come from your closest mothers, so to say, in your family tree, not just the same as your mother. Yeah. I see we have more people in the waiting room now, Jody. But it was so nice to meet you and say hi.
It was nice talking to you finally. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And do take care and have a great Sunday in Georgia going on. It's getting late here in Norway, so take care, yeah?
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, that worked really fine, and thanks, Mark. I'm happy that this has worked out, and I was hoping you would be following this. I see we have Göran here also, and Sarah, I saw you quickly in the waiting room here. So if you wanna join in on the stream, it'd be lovely. Oh, there I see you. So Göran, if you wouldn't mind waiting a couple of minutes, I'll do Sarah first because she's been waiting for so long. I see a thumbs up there. So and Remy, before you come on, Sarah, I'm just gonna, since Remy put up a super chat here. Have you seen Origin Hunter DNA research from years ago making Rollo Danish with Norwegian ancestors? Rollo Danish? No, I haven't. Can you please send me a link to that? That'd be great to see. That was news to me. Danish with Norwegian ancestors. Yeah, cool. I'll try to do something about that later on. And thanks, Jay Vid. I will stay true to myself and the work, and do take care in London. And Sarah, let's see if we can have you on here. Hi, so good to see you.
Hello. Hi.
Where are you right now?
I'm in the United States.
Right, whereabouts?
I'm in Minnesota right now, but I'm originally from California, and I'm happy to be here. Hello to everyone. I was not expecting to be on camera at all. I'm in my Sunday pajamas, but that's okay. This was such a nice conversation, and I wanted to say hello. And I did recently join Patreon, and I'm learning how to use it. I'm not terribly good with the technology, but I will definitely be contributing some. My family, we are from the Netherlands, and we came to the United States in 1624. So the first group of people, and the paternal line is IM253. And we trace that back to the 1200s. And then there's a gap of about 200 years. There is a family from Normandy that was associated with a castle and the Dumoulins, and they ended up going to Italy. I think 11 brothers and sisters with the Guiscard and the other ones. And so the region Molise, Molise, in Italy, Molise, right, near Campobasso, Bolgiano, right, just north of Puglia. This is named after them. So it went from Dumoulin to Roger or Rodolfo di Molise, right? So the question then becomes, we have 200 years missing. Are we connected to that family or just some other family, right? So so we're looking at some of that, but it gets a bit convoluted. But the castle that they were attached to, allegedly, what Robert the Devil, right? Robert the First, I believe, would have put his like cousins or his bastard sons in the castles at the marks, at the the boundaries, right?
Yeah, the
the
marches.
And so this Dumoulin family, the reason they ended up in Italy was because they went against William and sided with the other bastard sons.
That's the thing. That's the thing that we see in the 1040s. They had another civil war in Normandy because then, just as 100 years before, this Rollo heir, which was William the Bastard, who turned into William the Conqueror, he was so young. So a lot of people were battling for power in Normandy in the 1040s. And those who lost, who sided with the wrong ones, a lot of us went down and helped with the Guiscards, the Hottevilles of southern Italy. And I've been up in Apulia and Basilicata in the mountains there. It's not mountains, but mountainsides. And to visit these castles that still stands in Amelfi and Venosa, for example, all built by these Normans, and they had their people who were going on crusades, but also pilgrimage, came through there. It was very, very popular, and even the people on Sicily were having their the Normans on Sicily went up there in the summertime when it was too hot in Sicily. They would love to stay up there as a summer residents. Many also did. So it was a really amazing time. And Sarah, do you know that 10% of the population of Holland or the Netherlands is actually from Norway?
I wouldn't doubt it. It's close.
Yeah, because a lot of the first settlers of New Amsterdam were people who have just arrived to Rotterdam and Amsterdam from Norway, because the Danish king needed so many resources from Norway, and especially timber, that they sold through Netherlands. So a lot of families all around the coast of Norway just joined in on the ships going to Holland. And the Danish king had to impose death penalty on people who tried to migrate, because 10% of Norway's population migrated out. Almost the same number of Huguenots who came to the Netherlands. So so there's a lot of similarities here, but it's difficult to see in the DNA just because they have mixed some. I mean, these are the Germanic tribes, right? So yeah. So.
I do have one question in particular, and it's from this Rodolfo di Molise, that apparently for the last 20 years, they've been having a yearly, week-long heritage festival in Molise, right? And they dress up in the old Norman Knights regalia and retell the story. I'm wondering if you have, allegedly they have found the bodies of that whole family in the cathedral there, and I don't know if any DNA is being done on that or if anything can happen. And the reason why I'm so interested in it is because of this, because the original castle that they were at in Normandy, when that was taken away from them, basically another set of relatives were given the castle, right, as punishment. And those ones that they were given, those are the ones that they carried the name, and they went with William the Conqueror. So that they were more like his mother's cousins rather than his father's cousins. And I'm just wondering if the R1B that shows up in a lot of that has to, you know, there's a lot that happened right in there with the name stayed, like the Molyneux that go that are in England from after the 1066 conquering. They're not related to the Vandermeulens, right? Like so, they're the R's, we're the I's.
Yeah, so it's difficult to be very concrete about this because as I mentioned, I've been there, but I've been there because I did excavation in Venosa. Very similar families buried there, 4 brothers, and that's I'm pretty certain that's the only excavation that's been done. I spent 7 years also trying to get that done, but we failed to find some sufficient or good enough preserved DNA. And that was such a disappointment for the people locally in Basilicata that it's been very difficult to do something more with them. I wish we had some success, then we could continue like with your presumably family down there. That'd be great. Yeah. So I hope things will change. But I know a lot of like the Italian the geneticist I talked about. He's a great guy, and maybe he's been working with Lombards and earlier Germanic tribes. But maybe he can be interested in moving up in time to the Viking Age. I hope so, to the Norman period. Yeah. Okay. So I see Göran is waiting here now. So I hope this was sufficient, and it was nice anyway to say hi. I've been in Minnesota also. I've been visiting Sons of Norway, this great organization that they have all around in the US, and it's great to see the heritage from Scandinavia being well kept in Minnesota also.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye. All right. And I will try to bring in Göran now if you're ready. Let's see. And Lady Liberty, you're here also. And yes, we are, you know, Lean Gordon, I almost read towel. I thought you said something. Did the Vikings bring towels? And suddenly I was in one of my experiences, close encounters with Douglas Adams and his Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If they travel along the African coast, yes, we know about some people who went down to visit. They called them the Blue Men. That was the in the original sources, people in Africa. Well, we know they traveled down there. I went into Morocco to look for the Vandals. And I met so many people up in the mountains there who were blonde and blue-eyed and very curious on where their golden beards came from, because they said, we don't look African. Where are we from? And Vandals, that's the word vandalize, that came from when they sacked Rome in the year 455. Hey, Göran, nice to see you. I took you in here now, just maybe a little bit too quick. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. So you're Norwegian, I'm pretty certain, right?
Yeah, I'm Norwegian.
Yeah, I can hear it on your great Norwegian English dialect.
Very proud.
Yeah. Where do you live, Han?
Now I am in Bergen, but I am from Levanger.
Ah, okay. So that's a little bit north of Trondheim. And I think Levanger is a really, really cool place in Norway, because I talked about this when before the Viking Age, when all the valuables, the resources up north came down just south of Levanger, really close actually, and down to Varnes. But there were more roads going through the mountains into the Baltic Sea, and that's where they had all the amber, right? That the Romans were so interested in. So it's a great story to be there. But you live in Bergen now, which is south of me. So I guess you have some winds and storm tonight as well.
It's a lot of rain.
It is, definitely. Yeah. Well, wonderful. Do you have a question or anything you'd like to talk about?
No, I just wanted to say how are you really, but
yeah. Well, that's great to hear.
And I have taken some DNA tests, and I think I was Y1A something like that. So
Yeah, I1 or R1A.
I
Yeah.
it's
The eyes
it's a
have it.
bit
I always like to say that from the English, but then you are the same as me, I'm pretty certain. And I even have some relatives in Trøndelag, which is maybe we got some descendants, but that's also the coastal community, right? Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Are you often in Levanger?
yeah, that's my home, so I go
Yeah,
there.
very much. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was great to meet you, and let's stay in touch. I believe I have actually several Göran people who are on this channel, so I'm not exactly sure if you are one of them, or have you been following this channel for a long time?
Yeah, probably a year, I think so.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue to stay in touch, and maybe if we do that meeting with Viking Stories Clan people, you can come to Norway. We can have a gathering together in one of these sacred ancient Viking places. I'd love to do that.
I was thinking about far til fots, eller what's it called?
Fotefar.
Fotefar, yeah. But I know you had
Yeah.
one
Far til
lecture
fots.
there, so I thought about that, but I didn't.
Yeah. That was a pretty cool experience. That's what I want to do more, but in Norway. Yeah. So that'd be great. Well, wonderful. I'll take the last few questions here before I take a night, because it's almost midnight here. I was only going to talk for 1.5 hours, but I don't know what happened. But it's so nice to talk to everyone and also to you, Göran. So thanks and have a good night and sleep well.
Yes. Hello.
I know. All right. And Luke and Mom, you just joined. Oh, that's wonderful. You know, I'm wrapping up here now. It's been great, and I hope people have learned something maybe. I always like to learn new things and stuff. And oh, Lean Gordon, you are here. Wonderful. The Viking DNA on the Canary Islands, the Guanches. Yes, I was there even on the Canary Islands, which is really, really far down there. You know, in Madeira, let's see there, and Azores. They even found traces of Viking there in the Viking mice, because they took DNA of the mice there, and they found them that the Vikings were on these islands, and they had mouses or mice, it's called, on their Viking ships that went ashore, and they find DNA in them, Viking mice on the Madeira and the Azores. But on the Canary Islands, we were looking for the same as the Berber tribes, and we found some of the oldest people there, the Guanches. One was called the German because he was so blonde, and we took his DNA. It was really cool. But this was really early. This was all the MT DNA, and we found a lot of Celtic. Going really, really, really far back in time. Hey, Light Mitting, your ancestors were on the same ship to New Netherland in 1624 as our guest here before. That's great to hear. Wonderful. And you have Dunlop clan, Karsten. I know that's actually really, really cool, going really far back also. Hey, Wade. Hey, no worries that you came in late. I'm actually wrapping up now. So you've been following us for about 10, 12 minutes, I see. And about this notification thing, Helalan, I think it's really weird what is going on, but I understand a lot of people who view this can also change their notification settings so they can get more notifications also. So, well, yeah. Well, anyway, and Kenneth, thanks for having us here, for joining us and being part. And I1 from Canada reporting in. Wonderful. I see there's still a lot of people watching now, so this is just great. I'll join in here with Taniko in the end here. The Newfoundland Viking village is still preserved and is a great tourist spot on Eastern Canada. You know, I've sailed past there on a cruise ship while holding a lecture about Vikings, but we didn't stop at Lons Meadows. But I hope we can do that I really want to go there. You know, I was there with Peter Stormare, not there, but we were in Maine, where Margot is, not where you are from. I'd like to finish off by showing you some photos from this great experience, because we recorded a TV show together, which is called Secrets of the Viking Stone on Discovery Channel, but in Scandinavia it's called what was it called again? The Runestone? It was something before there also. Well, Secrets of the Viking Stone. That's the main name for it. And I'll show with this Swedish actor. He's been living in Hollywood almost all his adult life. Just a few of my private photos from this was really a grand and great experience, where we searched, as you say, Taniko, for Vikings on let's see here, Vikings in there we go, in that maybe have left their DNA or maybe even migrated to Canada or present-day USA. And Peter, you know, he likes to joke as many Swedes do with Norwegians, and we got a joke just as much back, of course. And we even saw the main penny, which is a Viking penny, which is genuine, which is a Viking penny that made it all the way to the Americas and was traded and probably used as around the neck as a necklace, which is really interesting. And we also, I'm not going to spoil this for those of you who haven't seen it, but we also went to search for a Viking ship. That was sort of like the height of the catharsis of season 2. Yeah, so that was a really cool experience, and it was a little bit more popular and scientific in a sense, like we say in Norway. But, you know, Peter, he's such a genuine and great guy. He has stamina and the virility of a 30-year-old, even though he's close to 70 years old. It's crazy, and it's wonderful. So I wanted to let you know that hopefully we can do a season 3 for that. And that would be really good. And Margot, if you're going to do that, I'd love to pop by in coastal Maine, as you say there. American Runestone, thanks. That's what it's called, Andriksen, in Scandinavia. Imagine I forgot about that. Yeah, so I see now we have reached the end of our journey together, and still almost as many as we started with are here together. So Pituk, I agree, Peter was great in that Lindemann music video. If you want to check it out, Peter Stormare, we were going to shoot in Maine in August 3 years ago, and he said, hey, we got to postpone a month because I'm going to Kazakhstan with this guy in Rammstein. And if you go to Lindemann and you check out the video, Steh auch, I think the video is called, if you search for that, Lindemann Steh auch, you'll see the video he made in Kazakhstan with real, authentic Kazakh nomad warriors. It's really, really cool. Yeah. So I see from the questions here that we need to do this another time, and let's see on how we can do another live stream. If you want to do that, please put it down in the comments on what you want to talk about. And I would like to say thank you for now, and take care and enjoy the rest of the Sunday. It's actually Monday past midnight now here in Norway, so went a little over the time here now, but thanks a lot for your support, and enjoy yourself. Stig, you are still up, I see. Have a good night. Margot, enjoy your Sunday evening in Maine, and let's talk more soon. Take care. Stay strong, all of you. And we are out.